Good morning to all from Athens, Greece. On behalf of the NECBC-MED INNOMED-UP project and partnership, I would like to welcome you in this first conference on INNOMED-UP, cross-border dialogue to enhance the circular economy to cultural and creative industries, small-medium enterprises for the revitalization of Mediterranean cities' historic centers. Collaboration, networking, innovation, education, and know-how. The Today conference is organized by our friends and partners of Municipality of Prato. We are really sorry because we cannot be in Prato due to the pandemic crisis. Despite the pandemic circumstances, the INNOMED-UP partnership continues working and we are in Prato virtually with our heart and minds. Welcome all, and I would like to introduce you the Vice Mayor of Municipality of Prato, Mr. Valerio Barberi, the Deputy Mayor for Circular Economy of Prato. Please.
Thank you, Sofia. Thank you to everybody. And I bring you the greetings also from the Mayor, Matteo Biffoni. And we're very proud and we're to be part of this very important network and partnership, European partnership. And let me just present briefly the city of Prato. Of course, you know it, but maybe it's important to and relevant to understand why the city of Prato is so involved and so deeply involved in the politics on circular economy. I'm Deputy Mayor on Urban Planning, Environment and Circular Economy. And this means it's a choice made by the mayor, together with the mayor, to put together different approaches and different policies at urban, environmental, and also economical level. The city of Prato is the third city in terms of inhabitants in central Italy after Rome and Florence, with 200,000 people. And it hosts more than 130 different ethnical groups, making it one of the strongest multicultural city in Italy and probably also in Europe. One of the biggest ethnical groups is the Chinese community, with more than 25 residents and inhabitants, and making it the third bigger community in Europe after the Chinese community of London and Paris, but making it probably the biggest in terms of compared to the inhabitants of the city. But Prato, starting from 2014, we've developed a general policy made on a narration of the city that starts from the point that we consider the city of Prato as the contemporary city of Tuscany. So, trying to develop a political and general strategy, starting from the fact that Prato is different from the stereotype cities of the Tuscany, so considering Tuscany as part of the Renaissance of Chianti and so on, but considering it what it really is. It's a quite young city with one of the most important textile districts in the world, of course, the biggest district in Europe. It is a textile district that made its history in the reuse of old clothes, of old wool clothes, so making it probably one of the first industrial district that since 200 years has been working in principles of circular economy. The traditional product of Prato starts from the old wool clothes, and thanks to industrial techniques, the industry is able to bring back the fiber from these old and waste wool clothes, and then reusing them and the fibers to make new tissues, new fabrics. So it's a very sustainable approach. It's an approach which is, of course, based on the principle of circular economy before the concept of circular economy. And thanks to this tradition, the city, starting from let's say World War II, post World War II, has developed also different product starting from this experience. So textiles now is not only for the fashion product, but it's also for the building construction, for luxury brands of interior design, and so on. But I was telling you that starting from the experience of the textile district, the city actually has developed somehow a kind of behavior, a circular behavior for the reuse of urban fabrics. So in the 70s, in the city of Prato is the first where a theater was built in an old factory, in an old industry. The theater, the so-called Theater Fabbricone. It's a very important experience in the field, in the history of theater, made by the director Luca Ronconi. And this was really the first theater that was made in an old industry, and it still exists, and it's part of the history of the theater, of Western theater. And thanks to this experience, so now the city of Prato hosts very important cultural and public institutions in old industrial buildings, like the textile museum, the main library of the city, the Chamber of Commerce, and so on. So this experience on circular economy has brought the city of Prato, starting from 2016, to be part of the partnership on circular economy within the Urban Agenda program, the European Urban Agenda program. And this has been a very important experience that creates a very important networks between the municipality, the research institutes, the university, and the stakeholders of the city within the city. But the participation to this partnership made it clear that the city has really a strong impact on the European strategies on circular economy. What was clear, and what was clear to the city of Prato in itself, it's the thanks to this participation on the partnerships, it became very strong the awareness of the importance of circular economy within the city, but also at European level. And what was relevant, has been relevant, and is relevant in the participation of the partnership on circular economy, is that it grew up a very important partnership like the one that we are discussing this morning, and where we are discussing this morning. And so it's very important to create this kind of relation between different European cities, regions, and public institutions of research and culture, in order to disseminate best practices, and in order to create the conditions for cities and for regions to be part of the transition of the nations to a circular approach. The participation on the circular economy partnership made it also clear to us that it was important to have a urban agenda for the city. So starting from the year 2015, actually, the city developed a document which is called Prato Urban Agenda, so this Urban Agenda of Prato, trying to link together all the different policies at urban level of the city, from the social economy and social policies, economical policies, urban policies, environmental policies, mobility policies, and so on. So try to give in a whole vision of the city, connected to the SDGs and connected to the priority themes of the urban agenda for you, the vision of the city up to 2030. This agenda has been renewed in 2020, so in December 2020, and with a new urban agenda, which is called Prato Urban Agenda 2050, that is now changing the vision and also connecting the priority themes of the city to the most important documents that are now being developed at European level, so Next Generation Europe and the Green Deal. So trying to connect the city to the European policies and international policies, and trying to give the city the right policies to be part of this transition. At the city level, now we are developing a program which is called Prato Circular City, that is where we are trying to bring the same strategies and the same approach that have been developed in the urban agenda, in the partnership for circular economy and urban agenda in an European city. So actually, we are trying to develop and to focus on the same topics of the urban agenda, and so better knowledge, better legislations, and better funding, and with a transversal government issue. So working on different themes and working together with the stakeholders of the city, trying to connect so the municipal level, the research level, and also the stakeholders level. So the themes that we are working in are one on the textile district, one on circular consumption, one on the agricultural policies and food policies, and another one on urban resources. So considering urban resources as urban mining. This is an important approach that we are developing and trying to connect the different parts of the city in a vision, and trying to say that somehow we have to deal with an internal approach and policies and within the city, but also saying that we are developing policies at national level. Finally, it's important to remember that as for the circular economy themes on the city of Prato, we are part and we host the Festival Recall, which is the festival on circular economy for the Tuscan region, that starts from the circular industrial district of Tuscany, and especially the textile district of Prato, the paper district of Lucca, and the district of leather of Santa Croce, and starting from the elements and from the themes of this district, trying to develop a festival, and so events and debate on what and the impact of this district is at international level in the fashion world, for instance, but also trying to bring in Tuscany the best practices at the international level. So thank you. I wish you to have a good day and a good work, and thank you for making me this presentation of the city here.
Thank you very much, Municipality of Prato. We are very happy for our collaboration. Now, I like to welcome our GTS officers, Mr. Fabrizio Palloni, the coordinator of Joint Technical Secretariat of NECBC Med program, and Mr. Zaid Bayer. Fabrizio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Sofia. I am really glad to be with you for this INNOMED-UP conference, together with my colleagues that follow strictly the project and are assisting in a very effective way. Ziad Bayer and Khaled El Sadani, they are in the meeting as well. And there are some reasons for being glad to have such a conference. Then, first of all, INNOMED-UP is a relevant project for experimentation of circular economy models and diffusion of related experiences. It builds on the experience of 5 countries. In this case, we are virtually hosted in Prato, which is a territory, as the Vice Mayor was telling, that has a long history of network experimentation, in particular for wool fabrics and all related aspects of the economy. Furthermore, the element of social integration of different groups asks several questions about the direction for the development of a circular economy. It also worth mentioning that building on the experience of Tuscany, is something that can provide a real improvement. I remember that other previous models for circular economy lying on cultural heritage, material and immaterial, were done in particular in Tuscany. I remember that territorial cultural systems were applied in Tuscany, in the Val di Cornia, not so far from Prato, and were a first model. Now we are stressing more and more on a core sector that is the reuse of fabrics and all the district jobs and products and creativity as well. One more item for the relevant for describing the relevance of this project is that the project is going to support small and medium enterprises. The project devotes some under €1,000 to support through sub-granting small and medium enterprises in the countries involved. We as JTS are aware of the relevance of this project, and for this reason we pay a particular attention and devotion to this project, being aware that your network is experimenting something really important for employment, social inclusion, and for the future of sectors, of economical sectors. I would thank all the organizers of these meetings, and also reminding that my colleagues Khaled El-Saadani and Ziad Kbayer remain available together with me for all the need for support in the project implementation. So I thank you again, and I give back the floor to Professor Sofia.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. I have to thank you all GTS officers for their guidance and assistance during this very difficult pandemic period. Without them, we cannot continue this project with these special circumstances. Now, before finishing our opening part, I would like to read you the message from the legal representative of National Technical University, which is the lead partner of INNOMED-UP partnership, Professor Hadji Georgiou. Due a sudden important obligation, he couldn't connect it with us. So I'm reading his message. The National Technical University of Athens, in which I have the honor to serve as Vice Rector of Research and Lifelong Education, is dedicated, aside from training the minds of the future that is our primary obligation and concern, to research, innovation, and technology development and transfer. NTUA, National Technical University of Athens, belongs to its students and the Greek society, and our main task is to support the socio-economic development of the nation. NTUA accommodates 9 engineering schools governing and engineering disciplines. NTUA has a strong research potential thanks to the efforts of its faculty members and researchers at large. It should be emphatically stated that 98 of our faculty members, nearly 25% of the staff, are included in the recently published list in the Journal of PLO's Biology Mendeley Data 2020, with the top of 2% of researchers worldwide. We are and we strive to remain innovative, and we support research in all contemporary hot scientific issues. A relevant example is environment, climate change, and circular economy, which apparently is the subject of your project and today's meeting. The transition to a climate neutral and resource efficient Europe is nowadays more than ever the new ambition of European Union in the after-pandemic era. European Union will continue to lead the way to a circular economy at the global level and use its influence, expertise and the financial resources to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals in the European Union and beyond. The transformation to circular economy societies entails less wasteful system that use resources more efficiently and sustainably while providing work opportunities and high quality of life. This is a key contribution to the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the United Nations Convention to combat desertification. Reducing the consumption footprint and increasing the circular material use rate is a particular priority given the size of the demand, while raw materials will continue to play a key role in the global economy. Greece recently presented at the United Nations during the Climate Action Summit the proposal addressing climate change impacts on cultural and natural heritage. This proposal received the official support of the United Nations Secretary General, UNESCO, the World Meteorological Organization, the Council of Europe, and over than 100 United Nations member states, putting Greece among the leaders towards a better future for our planet. Having said that, I wish all the success to your meeting and to your project at large. Thank you. So now we are finished the opening at
Sophia.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm Khaled. Sorry
Khaled.
sorry for my camera because I have very bad connection and very bad signal.
Yes, I know, Khaled. Do you like to say something before ending
before ending the welcome session?
Yes.
I would like to thank you and thank each partner in INNOMED-UP for the effort and the contribution to organize the first international conference, especially during this critical situation. And also I will, as my colleague Fabrizio said a few minutes ago, it's a circular economy, the gate for the sustainable development in our Mediterranean area for 2030, 2040. So I thank you for your organization. Thanks to your team and to all staff working to organize this successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khaled. You are from Egypt now. And I would like to ask Zayed if likes to say a word. We have 2-3 minutes in order to finish our meeting, this opening section.
Yes,
Zayed?
thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much.
Zayed is from Tunisia.
Yes.
Zayed is in Tunisia.
Thank you very much, dear Sophia. I want also to join my colleagues Khaled and Fabrizio, our GDS coordinator. And I would like to congratulate all partners composing INNOMED-UP consortium for the efforts made to reach this first conference organized by the project. We know very well that you have been experiencing tough times during last year due to this pandemic, and the conference has been postponed twice. So our special thanks also go to the municipality of Parato team for the organization of this conference, and of course to you and your team for the excellent coordination carried out to date, and for the assistance you are providing to all partners. Thank you once again, and wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Zayed. Now we have to leave the opening session and to give the floor to our keynote speaker, Mr. Jesse March, President of TCBL Foundation. So we will continue for the next steps. Thank you. We have to leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Great opening. Great opening. Thank you, Sophia. And so welcome to INNOMED-UP. We are here to promote upcycling, as Sophia said, in the circular economy through innovation and education for creative industries in the Mediterranean cities. This is the first conference, and my name is Lorenzo Sciadini, founder of Circular Camp, here with the role of facilitator. I will take care of the panelists and whom I ask so far to keep an eye on their watches to be in time with our program. We all believe in cross-border dialogues to accelerate transition to the circular economy, especially for the creative industries and cultural industries. Our goal today is to present the midterm result of the project, and in particular the INNOMED-UP model framework, and to introduce the small medium enterprises clustering approach adopted by the project. So thanks to the municipality of Prato and to the National Technical University of Athens. All right, so let me tell you now about an American guy who moved to Milan in the mid-70s to work as an industrial designer. Remember, the 70s were the time when the first ideas of sustainability came forward. Today, this American has mostly become Italian. He lives in Palermo, from where he links research on innovation with cultural heritage, local development, innovation policies, and smart specialization. We are here now to listen to him. His name is Jesse Marsh, President of TCBL Foundation. So Jesse, welcome to INNOMED-UP, and it's your time. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, everyone, for this invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak to this very exciting project, bringing together people from so many countries and talking about the circular economy. The circular economy is, 5 years ago, practically nobody was using the word except perhaps Alan MacArthur and some people in the back offices at the Commission, and now it's all over the place. And I would like to offer you some thoughts about, just stop a moment and reflect on what is the circular economy, what are we talking about, and what are some of the main structural aspects that we need to understand, to have a broader understanding of what we're doing. Now, I will open, if I can do this. Can you see my screen here? And
yeah, we can.
So I've prepared a presentation trying to address some of the key topics that are in your project, because you're working with the circular economy design, but also urban spaces. And I would like to look at three concepts. One is the idea of specialization, that I think we need to de-specialize and re-specialize. Design, I think we need to de-design and redesign. And creativity, we need to unpack our concepts of creativity for a new recreative understanding. Let's first look at the idea of specialization, which I think is perhaps the key one to unpick. We are so used to the idea of linear production models, the good old take, make, waste concept that people in the circular economy tell us about. And here you see it reflected in an Industry 4.0 schema presented by Siemens. And it's just a linear process from design to production to the consumer. And for a lot of people, the circular economy is just sort of, you know, turning that line, that curve into a circle and closing the loop and somehow getting back to the production process. But circular production models are actually quite different. It's a quite different thing. Let's look at this schema from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where it's not one loops, there are many, many loops. And when we say upcycling, we're talking about maintaining, we're talking about reusing, we're talking about refurbishing, recycling. It's a complex universe of items that in the linear production model are produced for a, you produce for a very specific purpose. We can say they're specialized. And here, the specialized purpose or use of a product or any kind of result of production is totally open to question. What will be the destiny of a shirt? Will it become a bag, a pair of pants? Will it become some insulation in a building? We don't know. So the idea of specialization, which drove the whole process of producing that shirt, is thrown into production, into question. Now, in the good old days of artisan production, that wasn't so much the case. Here you see a guy with skills. He's working with his hands, and he's got all sorts of stuff on the shelves there, but he's not sure yet what that stuff is for. He's going to give that stuff its vocation and its destiny only when he begins to put things together and make the things. By contrast, mass production is what began the process of specialization. Here you see the Model T Ford factory. And as Marx would say, the knowledge that artisan had in his head is now in the machines. The molds, the die casting, the production line is where all of the knowledge about how to make something is residing. And the purpose here is to make sure that anybody can have the job, the human job of putting the things together and labor on the assembly line. So we've despecialized the human dimension and we put all of the specialization and the knowledge about production into the factory itself. Now, well, some will say, oh, well, but now we've got Industry 4.0, on-demand production, we've got flexible specialization. But it's almost, it's not being more flexible. If we think in terms of the circular economy, this car that's being produced by robots is even worse, because this is a car being produced on demand. The color, the finishings, the fittings make it different from any other, but it's even more specialized. How are we going to recycle this? Let's look at our city environments. Let's look at the concept of spatialization, which has permeated every aspect of society. This is the center of New York. And look that every block there has a specific destiny, and it's been zoned to be residential or commercial or park or whatever. We've even specialized skyscrapers. And this is not a drawing from the 1980s when multi-purpose skyscrapers were in vogue. This is quite recent, and it's a building by Zaha Hadid. But there you see some floors are for parking, some are for shopping centers, some are for restaurants, some are for living. Those spaces are so specialized. I like very much Valerio Barberas's reference to the factory being recovered, reconditioned, despecialized and respecialized. It's no longer a factory, but how easy is that going to be with these spaces? So indeed, how can we look at the idea of despecializing? One example is the Renaissance Palace. Take a look at these spaces. Not so the factory that Barberis was mentioning was indeed quite specialized, but once you took the guts out of it, it looked a little bit like this. And this is Palazzo Farnese's from the Renaissance period. And these rooms do not have bathroom kitchen, library written on them. They are spaces. And the way those spaces are lived depends on what happens during the day, depends on the organizations, depend on who the Mr. Farnese, whatever he was, had invited over for the day, what his business was during the day. These are flexible spaces that can be re-specialized on demand at the moment. So they can be, in a certain sense, upcycled. The same with this square, going back to the question of urban spaces. This is Piazza Navona, again in Rome. Sorry, all my examples are from Rome, but look here. In this square, you probably have all of the functions that were in Zaha Hadid's skyscraper. But in 2 hours, you could have different functions. You could have a restaurant tables where the painters are. You could, and you look at those buildings, you don't know if behind those windows are offices or apartments, or in 5 years, it may be totally different from what it was before. So these are spaces, they are not generic spaces that don't have a personality, that don't have a space, but they are not, their vocation is open to adaptation on the moment. And here, finally, here's a positive example, which is again a fab in Rome, but it's a fab lab. Here you have a space that is totally despecialized and allows people to re-specialize it. The equipment in here are 3D printers, laser cutters, machinery that can be quite advanced, but whose vocation is quite open. And the people here, these are normal citizens from off the street who are learning to use these machines and to make things, make whatever they want with them. So we do have the possibility of ideas of respecialization. 3D printers use PLA, which is recycled plastic. How could this kind of model perhaps be penetrate the circular economy thinking? Now let's look for a moment at design. I think most of you are designers or attending a design school or have something to do with design. As Lorenzo said, I was a designer way back. So I do have my opinions about what, and in my day, we were sort of professional designers. You learned to be a designer. You said you were a designer because your role in the linear process was sort of at the very beginning. You would design a product, or your client would come to you and say, I need a chair, or I want a ceiling fan or whatever, and you would design it. And then the whole linear process would go off. And what you designed would remain a chair or a ceiling fan or a shirt. The intentionality of despecialization was not built into the design. But let's look at what happens in circular economies. Here again, you have the schema from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Each one of those moments, each one of those arrows that branches off from its original path is a moment of design. It may not be a professional designer doing that, but it's a design moment. Every time you refurbish or manufacture, somebody is designing, somebody is giving the new life to something. Every time you extract feedstock and feed it into a new process, you're making a design decision. Every time you repair something, you're designing. And in fact, let's look at processes of reassembly, of repair, of upcycling. Here's an old one from my days. This book was first published in 1973, and he advocated ad hocism, and he celebrated the idea of taking things and here you have a tractor seat, you have wheels from a baby carriage, and you have handlebars from I don't know what, put together to make a sort of a rolling chair. And his idea was that things should be taken away from their original purpose and readapted and juxtaposed in new ways, and that this was a sort of a democratization of design. And I think that has a new relevance today, such that when I went to look for this cover, I was surprised to see that MIT Press republished this book only 7 years ago. So 40 years after its original publication, it's getting a new attention. Well, what about in the ICT world? Things are a little easier because it's you're dealing with immaterial things, and it's a little faster to get them off the ground and to give them a new vocation. Quick and dirty prototyping. This is not my title. It comes from the website of Gama Sutra, it's called. And the idea is fast prototyping. It's being able to put together rapidly things that aren't finished yet, but give the idea. And the idea is that once you have a prototype in that sense, an incomplete design, people can interact with it. So it's no longer the designer deciding everything. It's the designer interacting with society and interacting with users, consumers, and customers. And we can imagine that kind of process is driving the circular economy with people interacting with products and designs as they are being shaped. And in fact, a very similar concept called perpetual beta, this was formulated around the year 2000 with the concept of Web 2.0, to say that something was never finished. And in fact, the idea of perpetual beta has become a concept for basically the entire organization of work. Perpetual beta is what programmers say when something is almost ready to be launched on the market, but expert people are able to test it. You may have been offered to test a beta version of some software you use. And the idea of perpetual beta is that you never totally finish it. You're continuously improving it. You're continuously upcycling it. And it never becomes a final finished process. It's a continuous process of design. And in fact, what we're seeing, and this slide shows it, because as against routine standardized work characterized by labor with all of those horrible words where machines take over, here again, we have humans are better and we have talent driving the process, which means that the circular economy is very design intensive. Design is permeating every aspect of the re-specialization, of the redefinition of the vocation of something. Now, there are historical models we can draw on. The idea of frugality is something that we could say our grandparents taught us. Make, do, and mend. This is a wonderful little pamphlet that this image here is from the Imperial War Museum of the UK. And this was the kind of thing that was published during the war in the 1940s, giving creative ideas of how you can mend clothes, how you can, and where the idea of mending or shortening something or adapting it to fit somebody else was actually a creative task and actually part of the design, and actually a re-specialization, as upcycling might be. And here actually I'm touching also on a tradition of Prato, which got its original vocation, from what I hear, because all of the clothing that Americans donated after the Second World War was dumped on Prato, and they learned there to disassemble clothes. They learned to adapt them to different body sizes, because Italians were quite different than Americans at the time. And this make, do, and mend mentality was this mentality of readapting and of upcycling is really in the DNA of Prato, since I guess that would make it over half a century. But it's coming back. This is jeans with sashiko, which is a Japanese technique of where you see these stitches, which is used to creatively mend a pair of jeans and turn them into something totally new and different. And this kind of creative mending is coming back, and it's very much part of the circular economy in its anthropological sense of becoming a new culture where design is built into the way people act. And here we are far from the production line. We have citizens, and in this case teenagers, who are actually part of the production process. So what about creativity? We need to also perhaps rethink creativity if we are deprofessionalizing design and trying to make it an integral part of society. Again, way back in my day, but this was, I guess, in the 90s, there was beginning to be talk about creative cities, as though a certain urban milieu could contribute to people being creative and cities being able to be resilient and respond creatively to the challenges they faced. This comes from Charles Landry, who is the one who invented the concept. And you see on the left some of the features that he mentioned that were part of an urban environment that stimulates creativity. And we heard from Mr. Barberis earlier about how Prato wants to be an urban environment that stimulates the circular economy. I think it could be interesting to try and get a structured view of this idea. What features should a city have to promote the circular economy? And in that case, we need to look again at creativity, because there are creativities. This schema shows how different countries have different types of creativities. And the Lewis model identifies 3 types: the cool, factual, decisive planners in blue, the courteous, amiable, accommodating, and compromising ones in yellow, which is the Asian model. The blue is sort of what we would call the Nordic model. And the warm, emotional, loquacious, and impulsive model of creativity, which is the one at the top in red. And I think most of you would recognize or associate that with the Mediterranean model of creativity. And this is to say that in approaches towards the circular economy, there's not one approach, there's not one creativity, there's not one design culture that we can imagine permeating a sort of anthropological approach to upcycling. There are many, but if we want to look at the way the world is configured, look at the Mediterranean on this map, and it's all red. So let's celebrate, let's be proud of our approach to creativity, our approach to the circular economy, and demonstrate through facts, through the work that you will do in this project, that it can be an effective answer to the challenges we face. So respecialization, redesign, recreativity, and thank you very much. Is it me? Lorenzo, your microphone is muted. That's what it is. So you can hear.
Was my motion to listen to you, you know. So thank you so much, Jesse. So happy to hear you. I would like to spend hour listening to you and your vision. It would be great if our smart audience continue to left comment on our social. We have many comments from Algeria, from Nablus. So do it and left comment. We can discuss. We can continue to discuss in social media. The connection between flexibility and upcycling you mentioned is great, and it's great to design out waste and pollution. You know, Taleb would call it the key for the anti-fragility. And so, Jesse, thank you very much. We will meet at the end of the conference. Okay, so.
Right.
Have a good time. Let's move to the midterm result of the INNOMED project. It's now my pleasure to turn today's program over to Professor Irini Klabastea and Dimitra Litsardu. Hope the pronunciation was acceptable. From the National Technical University of Athens. So please, the floor is yours. Tell us more about the midterm result of the project.
Thank you very much. Dimitra, we can share our presentation, please. Dimitra?
Yes.
We can
do you
share.
see?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, thank you for joining us at the first INNOMED-UP Project Conference 2021. I am Irini Klabastea, Associate Professor at the National Technical University of Athens. It's indeed a great pleasure for me today to walk you through the INNOMED-UP midterm results, small-medium enterprises clustering capacity enhancement through roadmaps and smart tools on behalf of the lead beneficiary, NTUA Greece. Let me start by reminding who's who. The National Technical University of Athens is the oldest and most prestigious public university in Greece. The NTUA is participating in the INNOMED-UP project with 2 schools and 3 laboratories. The School of Architecture is represented by the Laboratory of Spatial Planning and Urban Development and the Simulation Lab for Urban and Architectural Design. The School of Electrical and Computer Engineering is represented by the Microprocessors and Digital Systems Laboratory. The past experience of the Laboratory of Spatial Planning and Development includes extensive expertise in the field of spatial development, issues concerning spatial planning, focusing on planning, protection and designation, spatial development and tourism, cross-border cooperation, small manufacturing creative enterprises, sustainable development and planning systems in Europe. With more than 63 projects in total, several programs among these can benefit the development of the INNOMED-UP project. The previous experience on relevant concepts has contributed in creating bonds and strong synergies with key actors and international stakeholders that will be of great importance for the implementation of the INNOMED-UPs, such as the Municipality of Athens, Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Athens Traders Association, Chamber of Jewelers in Athens, etc. As you know, the NTUA is the lead beneficiary of the INNOMED-UP project, being responsible as the head of project coordination for the administrative and financial management, and Work Package 1 and 4 coordinator for the scientific research and analysis monitoring. During the first year of the project, the major outcomes from previous researches and activities are considered as inputs mainly from the initial research results for INNOMED-UP model, which is the project's methodological core. These have set the ground for the preparation of small-medium enterprises clustering capacity enhancement through roadmaps and smart tools. In particular, the specialization strategy of holistic approach at local level was carried out using the instrument of SWOT-based workshops. The 6 clustering roadmaps were pursued through a combination of mapping cultural creative industries value chains and existing interactions with circular economy models, but also existing connections and networks in the cultural creative industry sector per city. Eventually, the 4 clustering small tools will be implemented per each participating city, consisting a smart bicycle,
a central information system, a smart garbage bin, and an open source repository for circular designs and eco-design toolkits. So, let me be very clear about our research results achieved so far. The methodological approach for SWOT-based workshops per city was based on a common set of clear selection criteria for key stakeholders per city, answering who, why, how, when will contribute, being based on their know-how, the level of expertise, competence, and sustained capacity standards. Several workshops were organized during the July and August 2020, either in the form of seminars in situ or online webinars. 5 webinars in Athens, Greece, 1 webinar in Prato, Italy, 1 seminar in Palermo, Italy, 1 seminar in Tunis, Tunisia, 2 workshops in Hebron and Nablus, Palestine, and 1 seminar in Irbid, Jordan. More than 300 participants in total. Their main purposes included social engagement of both potential key stakeholders and target groups of future beneficiaries for the INNOMED-UP project, as well as active involvement and exchange among participants in order to first, understand the current dynamics per area, prospects of growth, various external factors, and impacts of relevant public policies. Second, distill CCI SME specific characteristics and supralocal and local priorities per city. Third, broaden the vision and thinking for integrated circular urban projects, and fourth, deliver a holistic system for the transition towards circular economy in view of more sustainable social, economic, and urban development models. Here are some pictures taken by the SWOT-based workshops held during the summer of 2020 in each participating city.
Hello, I'm going to present you the research results achieved so far. So the SWOT-based results set the key priorities for the specialization strategy, and they highlighted the perceptions of circular economy per city, the barriers and motives to move towards circular economy, also the good practices and synergies among upcycling, creativity, urban settings, but most of all, how the small-medium enterprises can overcome COVID-19 challenge. In this context, our research has shown the need for establishing circular economic concept effectively, for best practices to integrate upcycling in creativity, design, innovative production, for networking opportunities in med cities, the role of planning, the need for better regulation and legislative framework, better funding and support of businesses, better knowledge. It also raised the issue of waste disposal, broader collaborations in fields such as consumption awareness, the know-how repurposing, the need and the role for institutional stakeholders to support initiatives, the coordination among authorities in order to assure the consideration of circular economy in their future planning. What was our methodology for specialization strategy design? It was based on answering certain questions, such as what, by studying the existing policies and best practices, answering which and where, by forming a general categorization of local CCI SMEs, answering why and how, by concluding on a classification of local CCI SMEs. In brief, the research conclusion have been the following. The cultural creative industries remain an important and dynamic economic activity at Mediterranean level, and it is a critical part of domestic industries and tourism sector that is linked to history. There is a strong interest for synergies, especially from the youngest creators. There are also opportunities and obstacles in the access to new knowledge, to training and financing. there is a need for joint effort from society, administration, and policymakers. There is a need to enhance sustainability of urban heritage elements through new circular economy opportunities. But most of all, this transition phase has to be practical and tangible for the whole population. So our strategy aims to provide a guide for a new industrial symbiosis to facilitate this shift from a linear to a circular production model. These are the conclusions that have emerged. A wide variety of practices, projects, and initiatives have been detected. Practices are characterized by context similarities and also differences. And the cultural creative industries refer to different spatial distribution and concentrations in the centers of the Mediterranean cities. There are also various ways that these selected practices may contribute to circular economy through employing digital fabrication techniques, the final product that can support a new lifestyle, the contribution to education and awareness with events, workshops, or the promotion of cultural innovative products, deploying business collaboration, promoting solidarity, and most of all, sharing economy. Given COVID-19, the strategic and planning digital transformation is presumed that can promote innovation networks and also facilitate clustering capacity enhancement. The methodological approach for the CCI SMEs clustering roadmap is based and takes full advantage of two previous preliminary surveys that focus on mapping value chains and existing interactions with the circular economy models, mapping existing connections and networks in the CCI sector per city. And also additional information is going to be gathered from targeted from targeted interviews. And this pool of interviewees consists of CCI SMEs that are already engaged in circular activities or have a potential to do so. Also key stakeholders and other informants. It will be the same pool from which we are going to draw the future beneficiaries for pilot innovative products, for vouchers, for financial tools. The visions, the objectives, the actions, the calendar of implementation for culture, creative industry, small, medium enterprises clustering in med cities will be defined in a way that it can bring innovation through circular economy. And please remember that clustering has a twofold purpose. The first one is to facilitate the SMEs access to innovative new business models. And the second is to promote social inclusion and sustainability. As for the next steps, we should note that the specialization strategy and clustering roadmaps will be applied in order to boost and retrofit the socio-urban circularity workshops, the pilot clusters, innovative products, reuse open market, the training activities, the innovation vouchers and the financial tools, and also the INNOMED-UP model for the Mediterranean area, through which the digital transition it is expected to be achieved. Before coming to a close of these remarks, we would also like to present you this flow chart in order to document the reflections of future activities and their connections with certain outputs, all of which will conclude in retrofitting the INNOMED-UP model. So let me thank you for your attention, and we sincerely hope you will enjoy today's debate and networking.
So thank you so much, Professor Irini and Dimitra. Great research result. Let's move on. Our next speaker is Paolo, my friend Paolo Guarnieri from the municipality of Prato. Paolo, what about the INNOMED-UP model? The mic. We cannot hear you, Paolo. So I think we should move on, and till Paolo is managing the issue with the mic, we can move to our next speaker, Professor Shadi Gadam from Birzeit University. Professor Shadi, my association works on how to finance circular economy. So this is the contribution of your speech. How to access to innovation and finance. You have the floor.
Sorry, I'm trying to share the screen. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, we can see you, but
I'm
not
trying
the
to
screen. Vincenzo is gonna share the screen for you, okay? He's gonna publish the presentation, okay? So you just go.
Okay, now it's going on. Thank you, everybody. Good morning for all of you. And I am grateful that I am a part from this event, the first conference of INNOMED-UP. So I will present I have a problem with moving this. I can't move the screen, you know.
So Vincenzo, you just look at your screen, and Vincenzo is moving the presentation, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So
you just ask for the next slide, and Vincenzo is going to move.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you very much. Actually, Birzeit University, as part in INNOMED-UP project, will be responsible for work package 6. And this work package will deal with the SMEs, access to innovation and finance. And Birzeit University in Palestine will be the coordinator, WP coordinator of this package. Next. The final beneficiaries expected from this work package are approximately 60 CCI SMEs from all projects partners. We will use several tools, from special training for CCI SMEs to innovation vouchers to mentorship and guidance schemas. Next. The work package includes 3 parts. The first part, or the first output, will be training activities for SMEs in each participating city. The second is the producing of innovation vouchers. And the third will be access to cross-border mentorship schemas and the new financial tools. Next. Output 6.1, the target group is the CCI SMEs and the spin-offs in the 6 participating cities. The target group involvement will be in participation in the training activities as final beneficiaries in order to develop innovation strategies with a specialization in circular economy. Next. Actually, we already started our activities in this work package during the first year. We started at month 10 with drafting general guidelines for training activities structures. This we finished, and we are expecting the CCI SMEs will be introduced to the subject of circular economy, resource efficiency, and eco-innovation with the aim to understand business opportunities in this sector. The second activity, which is ongoing now, is the preparation of training material in a program and selection of experts to participate. Each partner will prepare the training material with targeted CCI SMEs resulting from the drafted roadmaps and find needed experts. Next. Also, we will have the preparation and organization of local training activities. It will start at month 16 and will end at month 18. Each partner will appoint a local organizing committee that will be responsible for the all training logistics. Also, after that, we will go to staging of the training activities in the 6 participating cities. So 10 plus SMEs per city will actively participate, and those will be encouraged to join the pilot clusters and submit proposals to be granted cross-border innovation vouchers. Next. The output that we received from the first part of 6.1 are innovation and production design, marketing and networking, technical capacities and recycling and machinery. They will be covered in 10 days program with general objective of trainees are expected to be able to produce innovative, creative, cultural, and eco-friendly products that have been appropriately priced, packaged, and delivered. Next. The output 2 targeted groups will be also CCI SMEs and spin-offs in the 6 participating cities, and their involvement will be awarded innovation vouchers in order to access cross-border advisory support and acquire equipment to favor their innovation. Next. We have several sub-categories. The selection of CCI SMEs proposals in each participating cities. This will start at month 25 and will finish at month 27. We will have an open call to award innovation vouchers and to be released. Non-refundable direct financial support to CCI SMEs who will adopt circular production practices. The second activity will be establishment of cross-border knowledge transfer partnerships. It will start at month 28 and will finish at month 33. 10 plus SMEs will benefit from cross-border innovation support services. INNOMED-UP e-platform supposed to play a complementary role. Next, please. And the last leg from this sub-work package is the evaluation report on innovation vouchers. Start month will be 34 and end month 35. Evaluation must include the granted equipment, product services produced, new business models and the spin-offs, and the established cross-border and partnerships. Each partner will share their feedback, thus Birzeit University will compile the final evaluation report. Next, please. The output 3 expected is CCI SMEs and especially MPC CCI SMEs. Their involvement will be to develop cross-border cooperation and get access to innovation through R&D activities, large companies' use of laboratories, prototyping and testing, etc. Next. So we have also here some sub-activities, drafting of guide for access to financial tools for CCI SMEs who want to innovate in circular economy. We have the start month and the end month. Birzeit University will draft the guide. Guide will be published in a printed form and digitally. Also, we will have to do evaluation report on mentorship cross-border schemes. Also, this will start at month 33 and end at month 36. Evaluation must include the granted mentorship, cross-border schema, new business models and the spin-offs, and the established cross-border and partnerships. Each partner will share their feedback, thus BCView will compile the final evaluation report. Next, please. So the last event will be the cross-border mentorship schema. It will be at the end of the project, starting at month 33 and finished at 36. Mentorship schemas for CCI SMEs in MPC will be offered by the project. Predetermined criteria for SMEs selection also will be provided. Next. This is actually the activities overview that we will have in WP6. Actually, we can see here that we finished the red circles, the finished job. The green is the ongoing activities now. Now, in semester 4 and semester 6, 5 and 6, we will continue working with the other activities until we finish all planned activities and sub-activities. Next, please. Thank you very much for your listening.
So, thank you, Professor Gadban. Finance and good mentorship are crucial for the transition. You have a big responsibility and a lot of work. So thank you very much. Let's go back to Paolo. Paolo, what about the mic?
Can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic.
Okay. So just
tell us more about the INNOMED-UP model.
Yes, I will do that in a second. Let me share my presentation.
Is Vincenzo doing it for you?
I should be able, but I don't see my other button. So, let me do like this. Do you see it? Can you see it?
No.
No.
Okay. What is that? I'm trying all the way. Maybe Vincenzo will do it for me.
Vincenzo, can you do it? Vincenzo is going to advise you to open the PDF.
Sorry, I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
Yeah,
it's coming.
and go in the second screen.
Do you see it?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, Vincenzo is doing it for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
If you want to start with the comment.
Yes, of course. I want to thank the previous presentations from Professor Calabazzea and Lizardo and Shadi. Also, I want to connect back to what the key note speaker was saying, that developing a model for the circular economy is no linear task. Take my pun as a literal, as literal as possible, because what we are doing now in INNOMED-UP is that we are doing two preliminary phases of developing the model. So you can go to the next slide, Vincenzo. Actually, before defining the model, we are doing a first phase of appraisal. Appraisal of what? Of what is the context within the 5 cities, the 6 cities that we're dealing with, and in terms of policies, in terms of trends, in terms of what is the economic issue in these cities. The model aims to give a framework for Mediterranean cities to manage waste at the urban level. And also it aims to be the product, the end product, but also the lively and ongoing contribution to the debate how to make the Mediterranean area a circular area of excellence worldwide. So next slide, please. As you see, our consideration for the model is that we take into account many more things that a single enterprise could take into account. We deal with, of course, material flows, but also we take into account social features, the actors, all-round actors. This can be economic actors, but also social actors and institutional actors. We take into account SMEs, what they create and what they cannot recreate. And we take into account what is the political and the policies background in each and every region of the project. Next slide, please. To do this, we have made a comprehensive review of the context in the different regions of the project. And by analyzing through different activities in Work Package 3, for which the municipality of Prato is in charge, is responsible. Together with the other partners, we have provided a methodology so that we could analyze the existing cultural and creative industries in each city of the project. What are the policies at different levels and different special domains, like the national, regional, and urban levels, and what are the ongoing practices, trends, and models existing or not existing in different areas of interest. So we created a template to collect this information, and what we see in the few slides that I have provided coming next is the outcome, the very synthetic outcome of this context overview. So let's go to next slide, please. So the first strategic context report is to provide the basic understanding of how the circular economy exists and is implemented in each region of the project. In terms of what are the cultural and creative industries, SMEs existing, what are the policies and synergies that could exist between these CCIs and the circular economy, and what are the practices, trends, and models. Of course, as you can see, next slide, please. As you can see, different conditions exist in different cities, in different nations, in different countries of the project. And what we are trying to do is to create a common basis so that everyone can learn and improve from where it is. So we see that for the context of Greece, we have, of course, cultural and creative industries focus a lot on traditional crafts in tourism-related firms, but also there is a lot of lively dynamism in what are new cultural and creative industries that we will see are existing in Athens and throughout Greece. So as regards the policies, we have different waste prevention and management policies there also at the national level. I won't go into the details because the titles of the different policies are in my presentation, so you can find them later or deepen the understanding later. But also there are good practices and trends in Greece and especially in Athens where they can refer to database of practices, projects, initiatives, and also many municipal umbrella events that bring together creative energies and what are the production flows in the region. So next slide, please. This is for Italy. Of course, Italy has two cities where we work on, and these are Prato, where I come from, and Palermo, where the focus from Cresme will be. And there we have completely different kind of urban dynamics for the waste management, because in Prato, maybe you know it already, that Prato is basically a textile district that overlaps overlays in the urban area. So our focus for Prato will basically be in the textile and design area, but also with a focus on urban regeneration. Urban regeneration is a theme that occurs and reoccurs in all the cities that we are focusing on, because rearranging existing architectural heritage and historical buildings is a way to create new possibilities of social and economic development without creating again a negative impact on the environment and the territory. So this is true for Prato, but it's also true for Palermo, where there is, let's say, many different initiatives also from Chamber of Commerce and from different NGOs to create more environmental awareness for the circular economy. And of course, this in the context of the national policies that are available in Italy, that you can see on the right side of the slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so for Jordan, there is also traditional crafts. A lot of cultural and creative industries are in traditional crafts, so weaving, ceramics, spices, and also natural crafts and traditional handmade objects and sports making. Here also, you can see that SMEs encounter several barriers for which they need support to be facilitated towards the circular economy. This kind of support can be of financial nature, but also of political nature, and also of awareness raising nature among the citizens. Of course, here also are national policies that are like the strategy in Jordan until 2024 for recycling and reuse through pilot separate collection systems for different kinds of materials. But all these have to be, let's say, implemented and rooted in the economic tissue. Next slide, please. In Palestine also, according to the local production and traditional productions, there is embroidery and olive wood carving, ceramics, glass pottery, and so on, and mats from wool and soaps and so on. Also, a very positive trend in Palestine is that there are awareness creating programs for women and schools for solid waste management and also heritage preservation. These we will find also in the other countries, of course, but as you can see from the pictures, also this is very strong and felt and cared for in Palestine. There are policies for solid waste management and also integrating sustainable development and clean environment for the rights of current and future generations. So next slide, please, Vincenzo. So finally, in Tunisia, there is a strong, a very intense area of creativity in Tunis. In the Medina, we will see the geographical focus of the project will be in the historical center of Tunis, where basically craftsmanship and craft trade in different areas, like you see here silver objects or musical instruments and so on, are and shoemaking also are very, very much diffused and available. So also here we have awareness creating programs for women and schools, and so here I have probably a refuso. Is the same as for Palestine, but also here there are lots of awareness raising activities for women in schools, also in Tunisia. And the policies are different at the national, mostly at the national level. So next slide, please. We go now from the context to the frameworks. So the context up now was analyzing what is available in the territories of the project, and the framework is trying to figure out what will be the focus of the project to develop the pilots and to develop the new value chains which are circular in the regions. So let's go to next slide, please. So this is the focus for Athens. It's in the center of Athens, where, as I was saying before, so different activities in jewelry, clothes, leather, microclusters for upcycling are available. And also there is possibility for material flows to recover lots of materials like biodegradable waste, paper, plastic, ferrous metals, aluminum, and so on. What is interesting is that the city is doing umbrella events and policies to support the development of creative circular value chains to also through a network of maker spaces that are put together, that are put in connected to collaborative platforms. On the other hand, there is so to say, a low awareness and sensitivity from the side of the citizens, where you see consumption partners that affect so many different also psychological and social elements affect the behavior of the citizens as regards the attitude towards circular products and the management of waste in the city. Next slide, please. So this is Prato, the second city after Athens in the project. And then we have another 4, so a total of 6. And here the focus is also close to the city center, which is a common feature for most of the cities of the project. Where we are, there is a lot of urban regeneration that is being implemented, also to host new circular and creative SMEs that are trying to different activities, also artistic activities, to find new ways of upcycling the material, the textile waste that is affecting the urban territory. We have a special problem in Prato because textile waste is very much, lots of tons are created all over the city, and we have currently environmental issues because this kind of waste is considered special waste and cannot be dismissed easily or cannot even be recycled easily. So we need really a creative boost, creative ideas to deal with this very significant material flow in the city. Also, we can consider that every person on the average in Western countries is throwing away around a few tens of kgs, 40 kgs in the States, for example, per person in the year. So this creates huge material flows that are affecting the environment. Next slide, please. This is the framework for Palermo, where the focus will also be in the, let's say, in a renovated urban area, Cantieri Zisa, where cultural and creative industries are hosted by the municipality, and also where many activities to create more sensitivity and awareness in the cities, in the citizens are implemented. For example, there are many municipal initiatives like social tailoring and also circular economy in festivals that are taking place in Palermo. There is a very pure culture for waste management in Palermo. There is most of shops and SMEs have to deal with the waste on their own terms. There is no municipal waste management on the that is generally taking care of the material flows in Palermo. So we look forward to contribute with INNOMED-UP. Next slide, please. So this is the Medina of Tunis, where the focus for Tunisia will be with the project, the INNOMED-UP project. So this Medina of Tunis is a hub for at least 3 sectors: architectural, creative industries, so leather crafts like shoe, a lot of workshops with traditional shoemakers, and also there is a possibility to recreate the Islamic art of signs for the shops and calligraphy and Islamic artisans for this kind of craft. There are the material flows here also are very huge and are not and should be let's say managed through better and more efficient management policies. But at the same time, Medina attracts a lot of designers, artisans, and flourishes with creativity. So there is a lot of education. There are a lot of educational initiatives in Medina also to create awareness, but also the need for private-public partnership to improve the municipal waste management. And on the average, there is a very modest waste sorting from the citizens. So let's see the next one, please. So this is for Palestine. In Palestine, we have 2 focus areas in Hebron and Nablus. Here, also, as I was saying, so the focus is on olive wood, stone, and mosaics, embroidery, ceramics, silver, and so on. And what is interesting while we were analyzing the context in Palestine is that while on one hand the citizens have poor environmental awareness, the older generations had a tradition of recycling practically everything. So there is a need also to go back to these practices, and because the material flows are very significant here as well, especially from carpentry and plastics, stones, and also from agriculture, like the remnants of olive oil production, which regularly go to pollute the streams in Palestine. So there is a lot of work that can be done to improve this situation, also tracing back the culture to what was the original culture of not wasting resources in the former generations in Palestine. Next slide, please. And I think it's the last one. So the focus in Jordan will be in Irbid, the northern west part of the country. Also here, there are lots of different subsectors in cultural and creative industries that can be affected by the INNOMED-UP project in metalwork, furniture making, wood turning, glass crafts, paper crafts, jewelry, etc. So here we have that although there is SMEs awareness about environmental issues, there is also problem. There are problems in higher prices for recycled items, and also the consumer perceptions are that recycled items are lower value items in comparison to virgin items. So there is a lot of work to do also in this area at the cultural levels. So final slide, just to remind what is our goal with the model is an inspirational sentence from William McDonough, that is a co-author of Cradle to Cradle, and just the highlights from the sentence will be enough to inspire us to go on and develop the model. So waste does not exist in nature. One organism's waste becomes food for the other. And so waste, in a way, equals food. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Paolo. Very clear and detailed model and a huge program. Considering minor issues with mics and sharing screen, we are quite on time. Thanks to Lorena for managing the agenda, and to our panelists for their commitment. We have a comment. If we can pass the comment on the screen. The comment is about good morning and thank you for this presentation. I would like to ask, how are the social barriers like consumption mentally are addressed in the framework? This is an important topic. I hope our following panelists are gonna manage this issue. We think that the awareness raising is important. That's why, for example, in Prato, we have created a lot of activities, a lot of project. But now let's thanks our panelists and let's move on. It's now time for the INNOMED-UP partners. We want to know more about the integration of the INNOMED-UP strategy in the Mediterranean cities, Athens, Palermo, Tunis, Hebron, and Nablus, and Irbid. So I will call upon Angeliki Demerzi and Maria Kosari from the National Technical University of Athens. And I think Maria Plota is here from the Environmental Planning, Engineering and Management. So please tell us more about your project in Athens.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen.
So please tell us more about your.
Can you see me?
Yeah, sure. We can see you.
Okay. First of all, thank everyone to attending this very early morning conference across so many Mediterranean cities. During this session, we would like to point out the main features of the strategies that Mediterranean cities have built in order to integrate circular practices in the wide field of creative and cultural industries. I am Angeliki Demerzi. I am speaking to you from the National Technical University of Athens, and together with my colleagues Maria Koutsari and Maria Plota, we have prepared this presentation on the issue on how we have managed to build the strategy for Athens. As it has mentioned already before, in the building of the strategy, two partners participated, the National Technical University of Athens through two schools, School of Architecture and School of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and three research laboratories, and also the participating partner from Greece, from Athens, the EPEM, the Environmental Planning, Engineering and Management, who is a specialist in environmental issues and circular economy applications. We followed three different methodological steps to build the Athens strategy. First of all, we conducted the state-of-the-art review, both on circular economy and CCI's SMEs, cultural and creative SMEs. Also, we organized 5 webinars in Athens, digital seminars, webinars, in which over 70 stakeholders attended in order to determine the existing opportunities, threats, strengths, and weaknesses, the SWOT analysis. And finally, through our elaboration of secondary sources of information, we mapped the cultural and creative CCI SMEs within the municipality of Athens. And also we have selected a sum of potential beneficiaries for the future research activities. Here we can see the very first research results. We can see an intense collocation of activities in the case study area, which is the Historical Center of Athens, which present remarkable density and diversity of activities. We see also the spatial distribution of creative SMEs, which such as visual and performing arts, audiovisuals, printed media, publishing, musical instrument and toys, and of course jewelry, across the historical center and the commercial triangle of Athens. Finally, we have selected some SMEs or initiatives operating currently in Athens, and that could integrate or promote circular practices through their activities, as you can see on your left. Here we mainly refer to crafts, design and maker spaces. Maker spaces, something like Fab Labs that we have also heard by Jesse. What we see about circular economy applicability in the sector of creative and cultural industries is that the transition towards the circular economy is still at a starting point in Athens. And synergies with CCIs are only implied or not sufficiently supported by practical action plan or sustainable urban strategies. Now, what we know about the CCI, which is their profile and the main features. We know that they aggregate spatially and they know networking each other within the historic center of Athens, and could be models of industrial coexistence in the urban centers. Also, CCIs create both formal and informal value and supply chains that could be seen now currently as functioning business model. Another characteristic is that on the one hand, the young creators put in front of ingenuity and creativity and have already in mind the circular direction for use or reuse or refurbish or recycle or upcycling materials and objects. And on the other hand, we have the old creators, which are very, very useful because they hold traditional techniques and know-hows and they provide originality. So it would be great if we could combine these characteristics that young and old creators bring about. But in recent years, we can see an increase in the interest and awareness about the integration of circular economy practices. And although we know that there is the know-how, the creators face severe problems of financing, problems of integration, new technologies and innovations in their production, or problems in access to new knowledge and to technologically advanced means of production. So we gather all the above mentioned and tried to diagram in this diagram, which is the proposed Athens strategy. We have chosen the motto Athens Circles of Creativity, meaning that we aim at the maintenance, the strengthening, the support, and the networking of CCIs within the Historic Center of Athens. We also aim at the potential of the circular practices in CCI that could creatively produce new suggestions and innovative products, and also drawing a new and external knowledge and training on these about the use of new technologies and smart tools in order to accelerate their innovation and their competitiveness, etc., etc. Through this strategy, we expect a new perception of materials, also a shift towards innovation and implementation of new technologies, the development of existing and new clusters and networks, the implementation of good practices regarding the circular economy, and the creation of new job opportunities. To sum up, we know that all these features compose a complex image of Athens, creating the conditions for cultural and creative industries to emerge as critical, as dynamic, and original, so that on the one hand, they can integrate more and more circular practices in their production, but also serve as a guide to good practices regarding the use and reuse of materials or eco-design or eco-production of products. And finally, they could play a key role in terms of ways of cooperation and the establishment of sustainable value chains, and of course, the urban revitalization. Creative and cultural industries and their networks could also play a very important role in creating positive social impact, both in terms of economic viability and revitalization of urban centers, as well as in terms of empowerment and integration of marginalized groups that we know that are existing in Mediterranean cities, such as young women, unemployed, homeless, immigrants, refugees, etc., etc. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope to discuss all this later. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I love your Athens circle of creativity. Wow, great. Our next speaker is Alessandro Lagrassa. Alessandro Richards from the Center for Economic and Social Research for the South of Italy. Alessandro, you have the floor. What happens in our beloved Palermo?
Well, unfortunately, as Jesse knows very well, the period for Palermo about the theme of waste management is particularly complicated. And so it was very difficult to have a good relation in this period with the administration, but we hope to have more possibilities of involving them when we will organize the conference from Palermo directly. However, the good news is that there are a lot of initiatives spread all around the city, and the possibility of involving people is growing. So what we are doing now is exactly the creation of networks between all these initiatives that are spreading in the city. I will try to share my little presentation. Share screen, if I remember. Okay.
In the meanwhile, I'm asking if Vincenzo can do it for you, in case you cannot do it.
Let's see if this is
okay,
the right
Vincenzo
one.
is going to do for you, okay?
You can see it?
Yeah.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, perfect. So I will say some words about the strategies we are working on in Palermo. As I told you, in Sicily and Palermo in particular, the possibility of giving value to the waste cycle is still very limited by a lot of opponent interests that involve both public administration and private and sometimes illegal interests. Public companies for waste management are usually less equipped than private ones. The waste collection processes are highly concentrated in a few hands. And in particular, the separate waste collection is reaching good results in Sicily, but not in the main cities, Palermo, Catania, and Messina. Moreover, the collected materials are rarely processed in Sicily, and this led to the fact that only few enterprises are investing in recycled products. And that's the interesting thing, most of them started from eco-social initiatives. This led us to think that we need to envision a change of paradigm, a deep change of paradigm involving the entire population at all levels. And this starts, of course, from the big cities, because what they do will have an enormous impact on all the regional organization of waste management. The strategy design that we decided for Palermo has this motto: circular economy equals social engagement. We cannot obtain important results if we are not able to involve all the societies, and in particular the poorest layers of society, who could gain a lot from circular economy because they could become an active actor, and not only a passive actor of the production of waste, but also for the production of new products from the waste. And of course, this leads also to the acknowledging of the role of creative and cultural industries, of the social sector and university in the thinking object, business, and consumption models. What we are doing in this period, in particular, is to look at the networks, at the centers who are already working in Palermo about circular economy, about recycling, reuse, and so on. We saw that there are at least 4 interesting points with which we could work, not only at local level, but to enlarge the vision of the entire process also, and to create networks with the rest of Italy and the rest of the Mediterranean. From this point of view, we are also working to the implementation of our info point in Palermo to help enterprises, startups, to invest in circular economy. And we are doing this within the so-called Cantieri Culturali della Zisa, which is a sort of neighborhood of creative industries and creative organizations and cultural organizations. And we are working in this field in particular with some environmentalist association, with Legambiente Sicilia, with the organization of enterprises, in particular the cooperative enterprises. Of course, we are working also with these centers, with these Fab Labs, and the other points that are working on this. And we are already in close relation with our friends in Jordan, who are doing the same thing about the info point for Jordan. So the general goals is that of creating a clear framework for waste management that could involve as many players as possible and demonstrate how it is possible to close loops for circular economy by creating new value. The specific goals will be that of working on sectorial players, for example, building sector, to demonstrate how to close the loops, supporting public administration to the proposal of specific collaboration, training, consultancy, and through the promotion of various projects, and supporting startups and SMEs who want to invest in the transition and circular economy. How will be measured about our target, about our goals? In particular, looking at the number of SMEs or startups that we will be able to support with technical training and with a finance project. the number of circular economy products created, and the number of projects on local circular economy and social engagement promoted. In particular, in this respect, we are already working also with the public administration to create frameworks in which it will be much easier to convince people to work with them and to create much more little interest in positive, to create a positive movement towards the reuse and refurbishing and so on. These are the organizations with which we started our, we organized our SWOT and pest analysis in Palermo in September. And there are association of designer, there are enterprise of reuse and that are specialized in circular economy, and then the environmental organization, Legambiente, and the enterprise organization. So thank you, and we will continue. In particular, we would like to create as soon as possible some connections between these actors I already told you, and for example, some of the initiatives that you are making in Prato, because also in Palermo with Legambiente, there are a lot of interesting initiatives that could be linked and that could have much more impact, at least in the Italian scene of circular economy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Alessandro. Thank you. You have shared an important message, an important idea, like involving all the society. So thank you very much. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the municipality of Tunis, beautiful such as Palermo, with Leila Ben Gassem. Tunis is an incredible city, full of intense scents and colors, but also full of innovation and ideas. So Leila, tell us more about your city.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Sure.
So we are here at the municipality of Tunis. I'm with Mr. Majdi Henteti. He's the head of waste management and leads INNOMED-UP implementation. Madame Souad Sessi, who's in charge of international cooperation, and Madame Sanet Lili. She's the elected city councillor, chair of Environment Committee, and will be making our presentation today, which I will share immediately. Can you see our presentation?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome all partners of this conference. I'm Sanet Lili, elected city board councillor, environment committee chair. Municipality of Tunis, project partner for. Capital of Tunisia with 610 and 9,115 inhabitants, over 30,136 hectares and 50 districts. INNOMED-UP geographical focus district of Medina, historical urban quarters with over 500 artisans, production workshops. Municipality of Tunis initiated Zero Waste Medina awareness activities in 2019 with involved all activity community members. Medina was founded in year 1698. Central Medina is about 296 hectares. UNESCO heritage site since 1989, with about 20,000 inhabitants today.
your survey and findings. In the first meeting with the stakeholders to bring them on board in project implementation, NGOs Research Institute. And in the second survey to identify circular economy opportunities in culture, industry, and in the Medina. In the third, mapping of historical urban abandoned buildings, and meeting with circular economy startups to present identified opportunities and discuss implementation challenges. Finally, scaling project exhibition, filed visit potential reuse of informal historical buildings, workshop and specification documents for restoration and shop scenes. Progress so far. Exhibition of innovate prototype by your youth lead startups, artisan workshop, waste reuse opportunity analysis, future thinking workshop, imagining zero waste Medina, reflections and future activities. In the first historical buildings, in-depth research on potential repurposing of an artisan فندق and delusion وكالة. Economic cultures, brainstorming workshop with the city officials and startup to brainstorm clusters in the Medina. And finally, École de la Propriété, launch INNOMED-UP workshops in École de la Propriété and cover it into a circular economy prototype laboratory. Thank you very much. And stop sharing.
Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Leila, for your presentation. Let's go now to Hebron Nablus with Baher Dedik from the Birzeit University. Can you shed some light on the integration of the INNOMED strategy on Hebron and Nablus?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay.
Good.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Baher Dedik from Birzeit University in Palestine. I will be presenting strategies of both Hebron and Nablus cities. I will start by showing the logic behind setting this strategy. The Palestinian CCI sector has an important role among various domestic industries because of its role in promoting the narration and culture of the Palestinian people. The industry has also been a critical part of the local tourism sector that is built on historic Palestine's location, history, and religious significance for the three monotheistic religions. Some segments of the Palestinian cultural and creative industries date back thousands of years and have contributed considerably to the local economy. We have checked interrelations by studying existing policies and practices on promoting circular economy and creativity. The research found that local Palestinian market is still promising if SMEs can change their strategy of product development and customer segmentation. Research also showed that CCI SMEs have a great potential in both tourism and household goods. This potential shall be empowered by new developments of practical, usable, well-produced and price-competing products. For example, there are huge opportunities in the fields of educational tools, home and kitchenware, fashion and toys that can all be produced based on recycled waste. We have also checked circularity models by studying categorization of local CCI SMEs. The research found that Nablus and Hebron CCI SMEs are using common waste materials like plastic, textile, wood and furniture, carton and cardboards and others. Also, official registry showed that main resources of solid waste in West Bank are households, agro-waste, industries and construction. The conclusion from studying interrelations and circularity models is that CCI sector can be significantly revitalized by developing a clear, smooth, and sustainable supply chains of wasted materials from the existing sources in addition to building the capacity of SMEs in innovation, research, recycling, marketing, design, production, and pricing. Collaboration with key stakeholders will definitely help in achieving the vision by more support from national and public bodies like EQA, Chamber of Commerce, universities and media to prepare the ground for a sustainable ecosystem for the purpose of promoting and overcoming obstacles that had been highlighted by SMEs like export, IP law enforcement, public awareness, and tax exemptions. We have set the same strategy for Hebron and Nablus cities as follows, as you can see in the house diagram. The motto for both cities will be sustaining history for sustainable future. The vision is creative and cultural industries are reusing existing resources and bringing cultural industries to our daily lives needs. The general objective of the strategy will be revitalizing creative and cultural industries through innovation and circular economy models and cross-border cooperations. This objective can be achieved by more specific objectives. 1. Developing clear, smooth, and sustainable supply chains of wasted materials from the existing sources. 2. Clustering capacity enhancements of SMEs in innovation, research, recycling, marketing, design, production, and pricing. 3. Encouraging key stakeholders to prepare the ground for a sustainable ecosystem for the purpose of promoting and overcoming obstacles standing in front of this sector. 4. Promoting the sector by awareness campaigns. 5. Cross-border cooperation schemes in innovation, external knowledge inclusion, and clustering with EU cities. We have set a measurable target for each goal. For instance, for the goal of developing sustainable supply chains of wasted materials, we will have at least 2 supply chains of waste types that have been set and operated in each city. For the clustering capacity enhancement of SMEs goal, we will have at least 15 CCI SMEs in each city that have been trained and proposed new products. For encouraging the key stakeholders to prepare the ground for a sustainable ecosystem, we will have at least 1 MOU signed with 1 key stakeholder in each city. And for the awareness campaigns, we will have at least 1 awareness campaign that has been launched with cooperation with 1 key stakeholder in each city. And for the cross-border cooperation schemes, it will be advised by the project leader considering the outcomes and the COVID global situation. Thank you very much. This was the strategy for Hebron and Nablus cities.
So thank you, Baher. Thank you. I love your motto, sustainable history for a sustainable future. This is the main idea of the Transgenerational Pact. So thank you so much. Our next last speaker of the INNOMED Partners panel is Hea Deib from Future Pioneers. Hea, please take us to Irbid, that was home to Greek, Romans, and Islamic settlers, who in turn they left behind significant architectures and sites for all the humanity.
Yes, thank you so much, Lorenzo, for this excellent facilitation, the effort that you are made, and it's a pleasure being part of this conference. I will share my screen now. I think you can see the screen now.
We can. Oh, okay, we can now. Sure.
Excellent. So again, thank you, Lorenzo, and of course to my colleagues in the INNOMED-UP project. My name is Ihab Eid, and I'm representing Future Pioneer today. And I would like to start talking about this organization, which is now leading the communication part of the INNOMED-UP project. It was established in 2012, and it's specialized with empowering community members to overcome the poverty. And this is done through various means, including building their capacities, raising the public awareness, promoting the SMEs in the educational, the health, the social, and even the environmental sectors. And we focus in the organization on capacitating the women, youth, and the marginalized group. Over the years, we have been working under 6 pillars, including the socioeconomic empowerment of the groups, of the marginalized group, women, youth, and girls. Also working with the green economy and climate change adaptation. We have been also integrating our work within the environmental conservation and to promote the environmental sustainable practices, including water and waste management. We're also working under the civil engagement for women, youth, and also the marginalized group, and the community dialogue and conflict resolution, as well as the solid waste management as one of the major pillars that Future Pioneer is working within. We also, as I said in the beginning, we are the partners of the INNOMED-UP project, and we have strong experiences in circular economy because we have done previous initiatives, including one of the largest organic composting sites in cooperation with the government of Jordan and also local communities, and in addition to implementing sorting projects cooperation with the Greater Amman municipality. So what we have achieved so far in the INNOMED-UP project, we have completed a very detailed communication and feasibility plan. Also, we have an active and effective, I would say, set of media outlets. And I would encourage everyone to visit the INNOMED-UP social media outlets to learn more about the activities that is being conducted by the different partners, and to learn more about the circular economy and how it is integrated within the small and medium enterprises. We have also completed the assessment of the circular economy situation in Jordan, and here we have investigated the situation in means of the SMEs and the policies that are available in Jordan to support those SMEs to do the circular economy. We have the best analysis, the political, environmental, social, and technological analysis, and this has been done using a workshop where we have invited all stakeholders to understand from them and to learn from them what are the various dimensions that they think it should be tackled in order to strengthen the circular economy in Jordan. There was a lot of interviews performed and of course meetings that have been conducted so far, in addition to the awareness workshop about the SMEs, which was conducted in Urban City that you have started with introducing, Lorenzo. And indeed we are now establishing the info points that will act as a hub for the people who are trying to enhance and strengthen their SMEs and the circular economy work to find what are the financial tools available so they can build on and do a better work in this direction. Saying this, I would like to shed some light on the research results that we have achieved so far, because we have, based on the huge amount of information that we have collected from various stakeholders, we have found that there's still a lack of knowledge about the concept, the methodology of the circular economy in Jordan in general. And this is something that we think that it's a barrier, and we need to tackle very carefully in order to have this concept mainstreamed into the different sectorial and sub-sectorial level. In addition to that, there is, of course, a limitation in the infrastructure itself that should support the circular economy project and even the small and medium enterprises. And when I'm saying here infrastructure, I mean the legislations, law, procedures, the standards, and even the infrastructure itself. So this is, of course, all connected with the budget allocations for this specific concept, because we need to strengthen the budget allocations in order to move ahead with this concept in Jordan. Other results that we have found is related to the incentive and the taxes that are issued by the government of Jordan, and how we can use these and work with these in order to improve the circular economy in Jordan. The market for creative industries, of course, still remain small in scale, and it has a lot of difficulties in having the access to the international panorama. This is something that has to be tackled, and one of the main results that we have also achieved, or let's say understood, that we have competences and skill in means of waste management industry. However, still we need to find the linkage between these skills and the competences between the waste management and the circular economy. 92%, by the way, of the surveyed SMEs, they have confirmed that they are funding their SMEs from their own private resources. And this, of course, highlight the need to have different financial mechanisms in order to aid them in their work and to expand their work. And of course, there was also 8% of the SMEs, they have declared that they are using the public and mixed financial resources as a means to move with their work. All of these results are showing that more consideration to the financial resources is needed here in Jordan. If we look to the coverage, the local coverage domain, we will find that 61% of those SMEs, they have a local coverage domain, while 29% they have a regional coverage. And this is something that we should learn from to enhance the regional exchange of information. And the INNOMED-UP project is a clear example of how we can make this exchange of knowledge and expertise between the Mediterranean countries, and to build this concept and move it to the right direction. For the employment, we have found that 39% of the employees are hired. You will find 2 to 3 employees hired in those SMEs, while less than 1 employees will be found in the majority of the SMEs. And those numbers are also very low if we will consider solving the issue of the employment. What we are going to do in the future.
I'm sorry. In case
Yes.
you wanna share the presentation, we are just we are on the first page since the beginning. So in case you wanna share with us, you can go in full screen. But what was good to hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought that because I was moving with the slide, so I thought it is moving. But I will try to share.
Yeah, but for us, it was nice listening to you. So it was clear.
Yeah.
Go ahead, and Vincenzo is gonna do it for you.
Yeah. So I was actually in the last slide. I hope it's now on at the screen to speak about the future activities and that we are aiming to conduct. So we are aiming, of course, to strengthen the production and performance of the CCI SMEs in Jordan, so we can convince more targeted organization and individual to adopt the circular economy principles through providing access to technical learning and innovation. Indeed, having more access to the financial resources is something that we are aiming to through the info point that we are now developing, and we are now in the process of providing the information into this platform, which will be very ready very soon. And we think that this will help a lot the Jordanian SMEs to understand what are the opportunities that are available so they can use it well. And we think that this will also help at a regional level through the INNOMED-UP project. To facilitate the access to raw materials is something else that we are aiming to through signing a memorandum of understanding with larger industry here in Jordan. Of course, advocating and lobbying among the relevant authority to start to look to the legislation, to review it, to understand the gaps, and to fill in the gaps through enhancing the legal and financial directions. This will be very helpful and very supportive to enhancing the CCI SMEs in Jordan, and of course providing the opportunities to exchange the experiences and market linkages at national and international level. It's something that we are aiming for, and the INNOMED-UP project will help a lot to fill in the gaps in this specific point. So by this I will stop, and I will thank all of you for the listening.
Thank you, Hab. Thank you very much, and thanks to our INNOMED-UP partners, panelists. Now it's my turn. Let me briefly take you to the coffee break with our marvelous region, worldwide known for its fine art and the natural heritage. Thank you even to Vincenzo. Vincenzo can probably now share some pages about the Reco Festival, some videos and images about the Reco Festival. So great. We are in such a great and, as I mentioned before, worldwide known region, but this region is also known for its positive impact on the competitive environment, innovation, manufacturing, and important economic activity are in Tuscany. But let me take you in Prato, the city where the principle of circular economy are around any corner of the city where they don't need any academy to celebrate the circular economy, because in Prato the circular economy is within the city, inside his DNA since centuries. And I wish to thanks Valerio Barberis and Alessandro Colombo for suggesting me as a guest speaker of this part of the conference. They should be here to tell us about their festival, together with Benedetta Squitieri and other representative of the municipality. Valerio and Alessandro is the art director of the festival, but also the other representative of Tuscan region and Toscana Promozione had an extraordinary intuition about the festival. Not going with the formal conference, not a top-down symposium, but mostly a pop festival where people were like society could meet important issues about circular economy through culture, creativity, and through direct contact, direct connection with factories. So originally we had 3 days of activities, talks, shows, and concert, artistic performances, and international seminars with even important guests as Professor Braungart, the father of the cradle-to-cradle approach, but also Ursula De Castro, the activist of fashion revolution. So dozen of international speakers. The program, in the end, became even stronger and more pervasive after the first COVID-19 rethinking. We had, as most of you, rethink the program. And that was great. That was an extraordinary encounter with radios and social medias. When no one was thinking about the new emerging social media Clubhouse, in Tuscany we did Clubhouse, radios and social medias together. An incredible wide on-the-air program from March till to December, and we I wanna mention especially open factories because this is the place where we are going to celebrate and project creative industries, cultural and creative industries, and culture and creativity through open factories meet the circular economy. One entire month of amazing performances, live streaming, concert inside the most important and also suggestive companies of the textile district. We had, and we and our audience, we had a continuous flow of emotion and unbelievable beauty, even for us of the crew, even for us working every day with the artists, with panelists, with the program, was an emotion. And we always text how unbelievable was that the beauty of the performances. And so we had a lot of stimulus, a lot of interpretations, and Open Factory was a continuous, was and is, because you can find it on social medias, you can find it on the internet, is with us and is accessible for everybody. Was a continuous engine of ideas for the promotion of the transition to the circular economy. So nothing more to talk about. You have to feel it, you have to experience it, you have to judge it on for yourself. I can only wish you a good coffee break and with our extraordinary Open Factory. So take your coffee, relax now, but leave the audio on and leave the video on. You can find the full program on our social media, Reco Festival, and the whole performance, the program on YouTube. So see you in less than half an hour. See you at 12 here for the roundtable with the CBC Med and other projects. So everyone, have a good time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the INNOMED-UP conference. During the coffee break, we have seen and probably even dance with some of our extraordinary moment of the RECO Open Factory section. As you have seen, creativity and culture are perfect to promote the transition to the circular economy. We have seen many artists and many factories, Naomi Beryl at Lanificio Rossi, Luca Scarlini at Marco Lucchesi, Riccardo Onori in Manteco, Mancuso and Brunello in a kind of urban forest, Alessandro Lanzoni and Simone Graziano at Lanificio Luigi Ricceri, and many other. And you have seen the incredible speakeasy. The final part was a speakeasy at Gommatex. So please take time and enjoy the video on our social media. All right, so it is now my pleasure to start the roundtable with again with Sofia. Sofia, welcome back from the National Technical University of Athens. We have many topics, many things to share, and but I know you will be committed with your time management. And Sofia, if you agree, I would like to start with you. Could you please introduce your project and help us to understand what kind of small medium enterprises the project aims at, and which is in the end their value added?
Thank you, Lorenzo. Let me start in saying that INNOMED-UP is working by studying the cities in Mediterranean area. We try to surpassing the difficulties caused by the delicate social and geopolitical conditions through the cross-border collaboration and friendship between the partnership. As all we know, there are disparities between cities in the north and the south of Mediterranean Sea. But our starting point is that the Mediterranean cities can share their common cultural characteristics and work together by building on their common identity and by integrating into their productive schemes the principles of circular economy. Mediterranean cities can create resilient urban environments and communities, establishing a supportive framework for cultural creative industries, small medium enterprises, clustering. Mediterranean cities face the problem of overwhelming waste production, demanding effective and urgent actions. Circular economy principles may offer a solution to this problem. As recently, a remarkable percentage of urban production in city centers is represented by cultural and creative industries. The involvement of cultural creative industries in circular economy is of a great importance. INNOMED-UP proposes to work with cultural and creative industries, CCIs, to shift local urban economies towards a circular production and consumption paradigm, including optimal use of material resources, innovation enhancement for SMEs, knowledge transfer among cities, social inclusion, and citizens' engagement. The project is working at cross-border level, supporting both technological developments, such as technological informative platforms, modern procedures of upcycling, smart circularity tools and roadmaps, socio-urban circularity workshops, and traditional recycling practices. I can continue if you like, but perhaps it is better to stop here. And
Okay, I think we should ask to Frederick more or less the same. Frederick Gallo Salent is the waste from the waste agency of Catalonia. Is the lead beneficiary of the Circle project, and would be nice to know from Frederick which kind of small medium enterprise are in your project, and again, if you can tell us their value added.
Well, if you let me, I will introduce a brief outlook of the project for the people who doesn't know it. The problem that this project try to address is youth unemployment. The rate in the Mediterranean countries is on average 3 times higher than the adult unemployment. And there are also unemployed women that are in disadvantaged position due to gender violence, lack of education, etc. As a consequence, poverty and social exclusion have become critical issues for those sectors in the Mediterranean. On the other hand, waste management represents a keystone to preserve Mediterranean cities and coastal areas in order to guarantee a healthy and sustainable living environment for these communities. According to the European Compost Network, the total amount of bio-waste generated only in the European Union has the potential to generate almost 100,000 new jobs. Well, CIRCLES, which stands for Supporting Circular Economy Opportunities for Employment and Social Inclusion, this project will develop training, qualification, and job creation in the circular economy for unemployed young people of 18 to 24 years without education, which is known as NEET, and women of all ages in risk of exclusion. By specifically supporting the creation of companies that take shares of the selective collection of the bio-waste generated in hotels, campsites, schools, restaurants, etc. Composting it in a small scale, obtaining high-quality compost, and use it in agriculture, that is closing the cycle of the organic matter. Bio-waste collection and management entities involved in composting will benefit from increased workload, better separation at source of waste that will increase their profitability, and more competent trained staff. This initiative will be tested through 7 pilots in the island of Andros in Greece, in Aqaba in Jordan, Ramallah in Palestine, Puglia in Italy, Vilaseca in Catalonia, Byblos in Lebanon, and Bizarte in Tunisia, by working on the integration among the key stakeholders from the hospitality, food retail, and household sectors, and which will develop multiple approaches like mentoring, employment advisory support, entrepreneurship promotion, tailor-made training, and job placements. And this including the setting of a small and low-cost technology composting plant, except in Puglia and Ramallah, where there are already existing plants. To increase the quality of the bio-waste arriving to those plants, there will be awareness campaigns for citizens and the hospitality sector. The project will support the creation of new green enterprises via sub-renting, training, and mentorship, thus presenting an avenue for job creation. CIRCLES will also promote a green label, so sectors like hospitality and food retail will benefit from positive recognition by their social and environmental responsibility, and also from having more committed and trained staff. The 10 partners of the project will bring together their expertise related to training and labor insertion of vulnerable groups, bio-waste management and circular economy strategies, business models, and agriculture and social economy, complementing each other in terms of expertise and experience to implement all the work packages of the project, which are management, communication, circular economy partnerships and strategies for the vulnerable groups, training and job recruitment, implementation of business models, and sustainability, replicability, and capitalization for circular economy employment.
Nice.
Overall, it's estimated that 107 new jobs will be created directly to the project. And this project, and the job creation is expected to increase by 20% in the 5 years after the phasing out of the project. The project can also help providing empirical evidence needed for informing policy making and developing further this inclusive economic model along all the Mediterranean region. The engagement of authorities, civil society, organizations, the private sector, and the local entities will be key to set up all the activities. In this sense, as an initial step, the project partners have associated local stakeholders as associated partners of circles with a commitment to be part of the local strategic alliance set up in each partner region. Furthermore, to ensure sustainability beyond the project duration, a policy toolkit for circular economy employment and training will assemble all the results and important lessons learned from the pilots, incorporating the different regional perspectives, and will serve as a tool to leverage evidence-based policy making of successful circular economy business models. And also, finally, the creation of the Mediterranean Circles Network, including all the project partners and associated partners, in cooperation with the local alliance, to act as a vector for policy making, replication, and dissemination through the Mediterranean basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. Anna Ibanez de Arroyas, Regional Activity Center from Sustainable Consumption and Production. She's the lead beneficiary of Stand Up project. If you can spend some word on your project, and if you can tell us what kind of financial support your project will provide to enterprises.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you for inviting us to take part to this event. We are very glad to be with you today and to contribute to this conversation. So the Stand Up project is a project that is focusing on the textile and fashion sector, and the main objective is to enhance a scalable, replicable, and inclusive circular economy ventures by developing a business support ecosystem and an ecosystem supporting also the innovation and technology transfer. The objective is to give to support the transformation and the transition of the textile and fashion industry to a more circular and green model. So the project, let me very briefly explain it, works in 5 countries, Tunisia, Egypt, Lebanon, Spain, and Italy. And it's a project that will provide technical and financial support to entrepreneurs, youth innovators, students from university, but also to already existing SMEs that want to transform their business model into a more circular and green business, or developing new products, circular products. So this will be our target, let's say, in terms of the actors that will benefit from our support. So concerning the financial support that we will provide them, this support will be linked to the different sections or activities of the project, business support, innovation, and IPR, intellectual property rights. So we will have vouchers that should support entrepreneurs and companies to make connections in another countries internationally. So we will try to, we will set up these soft landing vouchers to support them to, for instance, a Tunisian entrepreneur company to go to Italy to make connections and to meet with other companies, potential providers, and so on. And then we will have the vouchers that are related to the eco-innovation. So we will foster eco-innovation through open innovation activities and through a technology transfer marketplace. And based on these two approaches, we will set up a scheme of vouchers in each country, so to facilitate or to provide this financial or economical support to develop this innovation. So for the first for the soft landing vouchers, we will have 20 vouchers in total, so 4 per country, each voucher for 4,500 euros. For the eco-innovation vouchers, we will also have 4 vouchers per country for 20,000 euros. And then we will have also the vouchers related to the IPR, to the intellectual property rights support. So we will also have 8 vouchers in this case per country for an amount of 5,000 euros. And finally, we will also set up business awards for those businesses, entrepreneurs that are able to really, make that have a good business project and that have a high potential to transform and to support the transition of this sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lorenzo Incagli from Confindustria Toscana Nord, partner TextMed Alliance project. We probably would know, would be interested in knowing in which stage of production and how the small medium enterprises of your project could integrate the circular principles. The mic.
Okay. Good. Our project encompasses SMEs of all segments of the textile and clothing value chain. So fibers, yarns, fabrics, finishing, and as well as final products. In each segment, there are companies that include circular economy activities in their production cycle. In particular, fibers produced using industrial and or agricultural waste, yarns from regenerated fibers or used fabrics, and also fabrics from recycled fabrics, of course, and final products such as garments made by discarded remnants. Let's say that in terms of circular economy principle, we are helping these companies to find suitable occasions to trade in leftovers for fabrics and yarns mostly. So we are putting together textile companies from the northern side of the Mediterranean basin, such as, of course, Italy, Greece, and Spain, with mostly garment producers from the southern basin, which is for our project, as you probably know, Tunisia, Egypt, Palestine, and Jordan. And we set up for them to help this kind of trade an FB group platform, which is about to start right in these days. So we really think that companies are eager to, especially in these tough times, to have such occasions to trade together. So it's not only a technological help, but also something that could be helpful for them in terms of commerce.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I hope we'll have time for a second turn. And Miriam from the Textile Research Institute, ITEX. She goes with the creative project, and would be nice to know what kind of enterprises your project aims, and even by you, which kind of value added.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to join INNOMED-UP conference. My name is Miriam, and I am from ITEX. ITEX is a research textile institute located in the Valencian region in Spain. I am going to explain a bit, very brief, what is Creative Project. We are a partnership of 11 entities, companies, research centers, chambers of commerce, regional and national and regional public authorities, as well as associations. Creative Project aims at boosting the creativity by using innovation in traditional sectors as the textile, clothing, footwear, and leather in the Mediterranean countries. In our case, companies from Spain, Italy, Tunisia, Palestine, Egypt, and Jordan could directly benefit from creative results, as for example, direct grants, and from the collaboration between artists, creative entities, research, and cultural entities to rebuild the traditional sectors through the creation of labs in each participant country. With this kind of labs, the idea is to reinforce the companies and give them added value by the cross-border collaboration between SMEs, research centers, and creative hubs to develop projects of new and innovative products and services and fashioning new business models. The idea is to support them with grants. This kind of grants will come directly to them to develop projects in collaboration between the North and the South. And the idea is to work between them to develop any innovative product, an innovative idea, with the inclusion of the creativity, but as well the inclusion of sustainable principle.
Good, Miriam. And now let's go to UNIDO. I would first time know more about UNIDO, and with Benoit Watelet. Sorry for the name. And if you can tell more about the organization, and even by your side, the impact of the project on small, medium enterprises.
Sure. So thanks, Lorenzo, and good afternoon, panelists and participants. So UNIDO is a UN organization, HQ based in Vienna, and our mandate is focused on industrial development in supporting emerging countries in this transition. As part of the SwitchMed program, so UNIDO is the leading entity in partner with SCP-RAC as well as UNEP, and encompass different components. So just to give you an overview of SwitchMed, so it's a program started in 2014 funded by the EU and co-funded by the International Cooperation Agency and the Catalan government, with a global financial of 40 million euros. The objective of the program is to accelerate the adoption of sustainable consumption and production as a strategy lying in the heart of the inclusive transition to circular economy. SwitchMed works in 8 countries, bringing together public and private stakeholders to realize the circular economy transition, having at its core the creation of environmental, social, and economic value via eco-design process and eco-innovation. So the key idea of the program is to promote the development of an ecosystem of public and private stakeholders supporting the circular economy transition. This ecosystem is built to enable innovation and knowledge capital, as well as to promote its transfer through networking and capacity building activities. This is the reason why SwitchMed is designed around 4 thematic areas. The first one, industry and service provider. Second, startup and entrepreneurs. Third, policy and networking. So with regard to SMEs, SwitchMed declines system thinking in supporting the private sector by cascading changes within global value chain, triggering demand-supply synergies, and facilitating collaboration among different stakeholders. It also provides direct technical support and financial assistance to high demonstration impact productive activities, which are at the forefront of SCP and circular economy innovation. SwitchMed also enables the creation of new green business model, offering direct support to incubation and early stage entrepreneurs. And last but not least, it also provides evidence-based policy making to fast-track business-driven eco-innovation.
Thank you, Benoit. Now I would like to go back to Sofia, but with implementing the circular economy in cities can bring incredible economic, social, environmental benefits. That's why most of those projects are active, And I would like to ask you and ask the other panelists the relation between organization and operation and the operation of the cities and the activities of your project. So which is the relation between the organization of the city and the activities of the project?
Okay.
Good.
Because I was muted. So thank you, Lorenzo, for this important question. It is really important, at my opinion. The function of MedCities, at our opinion, will have an extensive positive impact by our project activities, by INNOMED-UP. The implementation of circular economy procedures within cultural and creative industries will improve waste management due to technological absorption and innovative knowledge transfer. Consequently, Mediterranean cities will become more resilient territories, we think. We have many case studies, as you have seen already in the previous section of our conference. And each city, Athens, Prato, Palermo, Tunis, Hebron, Nablus, and Erbil in Jordan, can special case studies that will focus on specific areas in these involved cities and on specific production cycles aiming at involving selected CCIs, creative cultural industries and SMEs, local communities, and important stakeholders. Cultural creative industries will be encouraged to design innovative services and or produce innovative products according to circular economy principles. Our project, INNOMED-UP, aims to develop a label for these products that will reflect the concept of zero waste for the participating cities and to connect also the city image with the products. Finally, our intention is to contribute in a cross-border networking between local communities and stakeholders from participating countries and to involve in circular economy procedures students, women and marginalized groups in a way to promote civic engagement and the urban integration of INNOMED-UP proposals. Thank you.
So good. Frederick, the topic is hot, so the same for you. The relation between the organization and operation of the city and the activities of your project, because cities are central for the transition to the circular economy.
Of course. Thank you, Lorenzo. Yes, this project, Circles, adds value through social contribution to the communities where it's operating, because it addresses capital points of operation of a city, in a city like sustainable waste management, as I mentioned before, which avoiding even in pilot scales, the pilot scales of this project, many tons of organic waste to end up in landfills. And generating jobs for a sector of unemployed people who are at risk of poverty and social exclusion. So I think this is the main point of the project in this regard. And also we can add it's an incubator of business and activities around waste, around organic waste. And that it currently in many regions of the Mediterranean is landfill or incinerated. As I previously mentioned, only in the European Union it's estimated that this sector can absorb up to 100,000 jobs. So this gives an idea of the importance of this subsector of waste.
Good. Thank you very much. Anna, the same for you. The role of cities on the role of organization and the operation of the city in the activities of your project.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So, well, Stand Up, we don't really work with cities as a specific objective, but I think they will be clearly involved within the project, especially when it comes to the, we have to prepare, or we will prepare 3 national roadmaps, where before we will first see roadmaps on how policymakers, governments can support the transition of this sector, but especially how entrepreneurs, companies could be supported to become more circular or to develop new business models. And
yes, sorry,
of course,
cities in extensive meaning,
no, of course,
even if you don't work directly on it.
No, exactly. But I mean that I think with these reports, we will be clearly inviting cities to contribute, to give their point of view on how this policy framework could be improved and enhanced in order to support the development of these circular business models. And I think clearly cities have a key role. For instance, in the management of clothes or waste, no? Once clothes are used, and consumers usually, or they are used to just throw them away to the garbage, and this comes to the system, to the waste management system of cities. So they could support this change by setting up a collection system that can separate the waste, or that can facilitate the collection of textile waste. So for me, this is clearly a main role or a main action that cities could try to develop in collaboration with startups to develop such models, enhancing this management of waste, but also on production. Instead of with the 3D printing, maybe textiles production can come to the cities, can be done from cities, and the recycling of textiles, the production of clothes at local level is also, I think, something that in the next years can become more, let's say, on the stream. And also with university and students, I think there's a huge potential there. And I think cities also should try to have a role in fostering and enhancing this part, no, with universities, designers, and so on.
Sure. Thank you very much. Lorenzo, from Confindustria Toscana Nord perspective, the role of cities and the role of your role on the project.
As for the project of Anna, also ours doesn't have to do directly with cities administrations, because it's a project with business entities like our organization.
Yeah, cities, I mean, cities like
again,
extensive meaning, like not cities as policymaker, government, or like just people living in the city, but like all the actors within the cities.
Let's say that for our point of view, it's very important to deal with the administration at city, but also at the regional and national level, to help companies to deal with the wastes deriving from textiles, of course, but also in terms of exchanging best practices inside the Mediterranean basin. So we are cooperating with CETEX in Tunisia, for instance, or also with the German Arab Chamber of Commerce of Alexandria in such kind of job. So let's say that it's very important to cooperate together with the public administrations to solve the waste problems for the companies. So trying to put the circular economy as an asset for the companies instead of just a problem. And let's say that this is of course one of our goals for this project as well. I think you are right.
Yeah. Good, Lorenzo. Thank you very much. Miriam, the creative project and the role of cities, again, in his widest meaning.
Thank you, Lorenzo. In the last activities of Creative, it is aimed to develop a new kind of governance, committing different stakeholders to adopt new models of business through innovative public-private alliance involving institutional, economic, and societal actors. This new governance model will demonstrate that traditional sectors can be rebuilt through a model of inclusive and effective co-design pathway between SMEs, designers, makers, and social actors. For this reason, one of the activities that we want to perform more at the end of the project execution is to develop an action plan including real activities to influence policymakers. The idea is also to develop some observatory, some cluster groups in order to reinforce this part of involving the different actors of cities in order to be influenced and in order to transfer what are the main results of creative project.
Thank you very much. Benoit, from your point of view in Vienna, you work for poverty reduction, inclusive globalization, environmental sustainability. Which is the role of the cities in general?
Mm-hmm. So I may repeat to some of my colleagues beforehand. So the project SwitchMed directly does not address organization or operation of the city directly. But what I can say is that on the other end, the SwitchMed policy component entails the dialogue with at national level with governance. And the objective is to roll out what we so-called national SCP, so Sustainable and Cleaner Production Action Plans, that are tailored for each and every country. On the other end, the program aims to design a regional action plan adopted by the Barcelona Convention for Sustainable and Cleaner Production. And over the past years, so national SCPs have been coupled with the development of pilot projects within the cities and industries, let's say. And it has provided also a lot of feedbacks and data for policy development. So in this context, we can say that SwitchMed promotes this policy dialogue in two aspects. It can be like top-down, so as I say, from national dialogue that can cascade into more local regulations. But on the other end, we can see it also bottom-up because throughout the past years, we have, throughout the SwitchMed platform, we created dialogues and information sharing with a lot of local stakeholders. So just some figures, but over the last 5 years, more than 1,500 locals, stakeholders were engaged in workshops and roundtables for policy dialogue. So throughout our activity, we also foster lifting up proposals for circular economy regulations that can benefit directly to citizens and the cities.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Sofia. Sofia, we are trying to do the last round of the table, and I would like to know, I would like to give you stimulus for tell us which future and which is the biggest challenge of your project at the moment, and what do you think the best outcome for the project would be? Choose the main one.
Okay. I would like to speak you about the target groups and the final beneficiaries of our project. Our target groups and entities are the creative and circular industries SMEs that are selected by our researchers I would like to have some collaboration in a higher educational level. We have to address to unemployed and marginalized people, mainly young people and women, to regional and local authorities, to decision makers and policy makers, and to the overall citizenship of our cities. We try to combine the function and the good benefits from circular economy with the planification of our cities, and to propose some special plans and specific roadmaps in the geographic level, of course, of the city, and with some products and practices that, at our opinion, are innovative, as the smart bicycle and the smart garbage box, and some other things and some other ideas that we have and that we are working on. But we think that the most important tool in order to obtain all these benefits is the training and the activity of training on circular economy and his benefits. We have provided special training for circular and creative circular SMEs in order to learn more about circular economy and its potential benefits. We have provided, it was already, I think, presented by our partner, Birzeit University, 6 training activities that will take place in the participating cities, where local creative and cultural industries, SMEs, at least we think 10 per each city, will participate actively. These SMEs will be encouraged to participate in the pilot clusters and submit proposals to be granted cross-border innovation vouchers. INNOMED-UP considers necessary the involvement of experts in this training procedure, and we will address the following issues: the notion of circular economy and its role, skills development using innovative methods and tools for upcycling, and capacity building in innovative business models and design for circularity, training on INNOMED-UP clustering tools. INNOMED-UP has a special budget for his vouchers, and we have provided the 15% of our total project budget for these grants. We have 3 kinds of grants. Grants that will provided for creative cultural industries, for design and production of innovative products and services, using materials from the pilot testing of the smart tools that it was already mentioned, the bicycle and the garbage bin. We have cross-border mentorship vouchers that will give the possibility to participating creative cultural industries to develop activities at transnational cross-border level and to acquire operational instruments in favor of SMEs innovation with the concept of circular economy, of course. And finally, we have innovation vouchers that will give the possibility to participate cultural and creative industries to have access to industrial research and experimental development in high-tech systems. That's it from me. And
Thank
if you
you.
have any other question, I'm available to speak for.
Thank you, Sophia. And if there are comments, please interact with us on social medias. Let's move to Frederick. And again, which future, which actual biggest challenges of your project at the moment, and what do you think many outcomes, but which is the most important outcome for your and even for similar project?
Well, we sign with with the authority the grant contract. We signed the last week, so it's any activity has already begun, and it's just the beginning of the 2.5 year adventure, if I may say so. For the challenge, the main challenge that I see is in order to set up all the activities of the project, which are many, we need the active involvement of all the local partners, of all the local actors. For example, the civil society, the local entities, the authorities, and the private sector, of course. It's a big challenge, but I think that the constitution of the commitment for the constitution of the local strategy alliance, which is a part of the work package, in each partner region will facilitate this challenge. No. And for me, the main outcome will be to give real employment to these 107 people, new jobs. And for me, that I would think this will be the key outcome of this project. But of course, after the phase out of the project, we hope that it will scale up and it can spread across all the Mediterranean region.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Anna, the same for you. The future, the actual biggest challenge, and the main outcome for your and how to inspire, similar project.
So, well, I think with the stand-up project, we have a great opportunity to work in an industry that is very important for the Mediterranean countries. Mm-hmm. We know that southern Mediterranean countries are one of the most important regions in terms of production and manufacturing of clothes. So I think with this project, we might have the opportunity to work with all these manufacturers that wants to change their business model, answering to the increasing, let's say, interest from consumers to consume clothes more sustainability. So moving from the fast fashion model to more sustainable or slow fashion. So I think it will be, what we aim is at supporting these companies to transform their business models and having the view into changing the consumption patterns and not just implementing a small cleaner techniques. And also I think another important aspect will be or outcome will be to support new entrepreneurs, new designers, small companies that are probably only or selling locally or that have a local production. We should help them to develop this kind of local businesses that target consumers, individual consumers, and help them to implement these eco-design, circular design practices that go from the very beginning of the life cycle of a product till the end. So to help them to apply design practices that can keep resources on the loop for a long time. So I think we have to try to promote all these entrepreneurs and companies that put the focus on how consumers will consume these clothes, because this is how we will be able to change and transform the industry.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. So, Lorenzo, the same for you. Future challenges and the main outcome, even to inspire possible future projects.
Thank you, Lorenzo. TexMed Alliance is trying to involve textile companies which might have an interest for cross-border cooperations in one of the three framework initiatives that we decide, which are fashion restart, health emergencies, and of course, circular economy, for which we are the leading partner. So, as our project name tells, TexMed Alliances, our main goal is trying to do so involving different territories, companies, to set up a sort of alliance in between them, and this is our challenge, main challenge, to do so even in these very difficult times. So we are changing every activities, of course, in a virtual way, just for leftover trade, as I said before, but also for the other two. And this, I think that succeeding in doing so will be the main outcome for our project, but also I think for all the other projects.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you. And Miriam, what about you and your project?
I think the most important challenge that will face Creative, apart from the subgrants that will be given to the existing projects, is the creation of the living labs, which will allow traditional companies from textile, clothing, footwear, and leather to co-work with creative entities and researchers. And for example, in case of iTech's lab, companies and designers will be able to work with last technologies in terms of sustainable finishing, as for example, laser technology to create new effects, bicolor removal and cutting purposes, eco-finish technology used for dyeing and finishing fabrics and garments, and ozone technology, which provides fashion effects on fabrics between others. I think this is a special and different issue in our project, and I think it will be very well, if it's well focused, that is the case, it will be given to the companies a very good value added.
Thank you, Miriam. Benoit, so we are incredibly and perfectly on time, and I would you to give us the last note about the future, the biggest challenges, and the best outcome, even to inspire. We hope other projects get inspiration by those projects.
Sure. So just as a wrap up, as a sort of information, so over the last years, the SwitchMed program and the test methodology demonstrated a lot of benefits, social, economical, and environmental ones. And it has been demonstrated with facts and success stories in the 8 countries, in more than 125 companies, more than 400 startups were supported throughout a process which started from incubation to marketable products. And it was really like a big success, I would say, for SwitchMed. And one of the challenge we have in front of us is, on one hand, to explore new thematic areas. Just to give you an example, we recently opened a new component under SwitchMed for the blue economy, which aims to support circular economy principles in coastal and maritime area. So this is like a new challenge ahead of us in terms of thematics. But on the other end, an important aspect, and I also would like to share this message, if you want to know more about the SwitchMed practices, there is the Switchers community. And this is a strong success of SwitchMed over the last years, creating a solid community of actors which works together throughout this networking component. And more, in March, we will open digitally tools and access to more informations through a platform which is the switchers.org. And I really invite participants and interested people to go to this platform and to get some more insight of the stories and entrepreneurs that were supported by the programs that can inspire some more synergies and more activities. So that's our takeaway from there. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Benoit. Thank you. So, Sophia, Anna, Benoit, Lorenzo, Miriam, Frederick, it's been a really great discussion today, and we have learned a lot. I personally have learned a lot. And so I just want to say thank you to all our panelists. Please find out more on the NECBC Med and on other project website. And thank you again. I hope to meet you soon in person.
Thank you all for your participation and contribution. We're still working together.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Sophia.
much.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
So now we have again Jesse. Jesse is gonna reach you soon. Okay, Jesse, interesting conference, no? Since we are almost out of time, in a few words, what is the main message that you would like our audience to take away from this morning? What's the final piece of advice you'd like to give to our prompt audience?
Thank you. Yes, a very interesting morning. I would say I could see 3 main takeaways, I think, that are what seem to me some of the main insights we can gather from this event, and also the specific contribution that INNOMED-UP can bring to this movement, it looks like. The first is that the circular economy is not something where we will be there in 5 or 10 years. It's the transition is probably a permanent transition, a permanent beta. It's more a kind of a dynamic that people are setting into motion. And that involves a shift of mindsets more than anything else. We heard a lot about training, the role of training, but also narrations, bringing in the social dimension, and territories getting a self-understanding of what their vocation will be in this new world. The Reiko Festival is a very interesting example of that kind of thing that aims to sort of rethink who we are as a territory and what will happen to us in this new world. The second point is about policies. Creating, the framework conditions, services for waste management and things like that are going to be essential, but it's also imagining what is the new role for the idea of clusters. I thought that the clusters in INNOMED-UP is very interesting, including, you say SMEs, but you're really talking about micro businesses, individuals, even very small enterprises, social enterprises. And the clusters are not so much as a certain kind of efficiency, a different efficiency in the circular economy, but also as opportunities for discovery of new vocations, discovery of possible circularities, discovery of possible business models. And another element there is also places, reference places. This can be physical places. We heard about fab labs, living labs, reference models, places people can go to that will represent this commitment to the circular economy, but also communities like the online community we just heard about. And finally, as I think I was trying to suggest in the opening talk, creativity is going to be the driver of all of this, and that makes a very special role for the cultural and creative industries. They have a specific responsibility, which we're seeing happening within themselves, to become circular, to adopt circular practices. But they also need to be leaders in new value chains, and they also need to be the ones diffusing a design culture and a culture of creativity in the discovery of and the implementation of circular practices. In that, all I can say in closing, that is representing the TCBL Foundation, what I'm happy to see is the role across all of these, many of the INNOMED-UP cities and also the other projects, of the role of textiles and clothing. Fashion can have an important leading role in helping us change our mindset on consumption, but also the textile industry is, and I've heard this in other places, getting to be known as one of the leaders in figuring out how the circular economy can work and what it may look like. So all I can do is to wish you well and to wish you success in these projects. Really interesting stuff. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you for this conclusion. So permanent transition, opportunity to discover, and the creativity as a driver. So thank you, Jesse, and thanks to all our participants for joining us today. We hope, we are sure you have found this conference informative and with Jesse even inspiring. And this concludes our streaming for today. Thanks again to the municipality of Prato and to the National Technical University of Athens. You may now go and give your personal contribution to the transition to the circular economy. And, we need to make a better world. So everyone have a great day and bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.